Oops, forgot to do one thing. Windows capture, add source, add source. There. Now to share it everywhere. And sorry about the eating. I am finishing up breakfast. And yes, it's breakfast because I ended up in the middle of the night. I usually wake up just for a little bit and then go back to for a few seconds when my husband goes off to work. But I checked my Twitch to see who was live so I could switch my support just to a lurk to meet lurk in someone else's channel. And well, Jade was on. So I was up for another while. Okay, the other two should go live on their own. Over time. So there's those. Facebook now. And now to share with peoples. Okay, we've got it shared everywhere. Let's scroll down to page 75. Oh, there we are. 74, not 75 yet. I have a feeling, let's see. Okay, yeah, we did just start a new chapter. So it is page 74, not 75. Let's scroll down enough. So anyone that wasn't here yesterday, we have a raid emote now. That can be unlocked, and we still have Amy. We're thinking of making Amy a hype emote. Hopefully soon we will have a pair of headphones with a mic that'll make everything even easier to hear. So, until then, if you have trouble hearing, please mention it. I know there were a few times yesterday when Jade mentioned it, but no one else ever seemed to mention it. And I know if Jade was having problems, others must have had problems. So please, 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 if you're having trouble hearing, let me know so I can fix it. Whether I talk louder or what. I know it's very difficult when you go in a stream and you turn your sound all the way up and you can still barely hear the streamer. And I don't want that in this chat. No, not walked into. Yeah, just in time, Orca Jade. I sat here thinking, oh no, how much longer is Orca is Jade gonna take to get here? Is she gonna miss Amy meeting Santa Claus? Thank you. Hi, Crafting with Ray. I'm doing good. If I ever get too quiet, let me know. Part of my quiet might be I'm typing, but if when I'm talking it's too low, definitely let me know. I hope I chose the right one. I thought it hadn't logged in. Okay. Let's get this going just so it's available for you guys. Oh, snap, crackle, pop down my back. Actually, the snap, crackle, pop down, well, yes and no. Yes, it's concentrating on a work of art. But we also, yesterday, we had times when I had the computer too far away from me and I didn't register, and the microphone's in my computer and not in the drawing tablet. And then also, I didn't realize I didn't start this battle. Let's start this battle, see how we do, and then we'll go from there. Anyway, let's see if I can turn down the sound on it. I don't think we're gonna make this one. Okay, very easy there, or unknown. Let's do this one again. Hope we do better. That's what I thought. My tank is my best, I think. Yeah, 60. Cool. Anyway, the other, so one, there's that. Two, and the snap crackle pop down my back is EDS. Yeah, okay, it was focused on, or it was a lot of work yesterday, and it was hurting when I finally was done. But it's due to the EDS more the most. So, okay. There, that sounds better. And so crafting with Ray, I don't know if you can see, even the first time I write something, I don't necessarily like how it sounds. And if I don't like how it sounds, I will frequently go change it and adjust it and change it and adjust it and change it until that sounds okay. I'm not afraid to go back and forth, rewriting, stopping in the middle of a paragraph, deleting it, trying again and again until I get something that sounds good. No, the way I see it, he's not trying to be mean. He really is concerned about this group of children that he's known about for years. No, it's passed down through the years. So, we're gonna get to that. Amy's gonna ask, and I think Amy already. The original Santa Claus had been a wizard who felt bad for the poor children he saw around him, etc. When he died, his son had taken over where he left off, and the same had continued down through the years. So Santa Claus had a son he named Santa Claus. Who had a son he named Santa Claus. Who had a son he named Santa Claus. So, in your case, you need to become Mrs. Claus. You need to find Santa Claus and hope that he's of an appropriate age, that he's not really old or really, really young. And then, hope that you two hit it off well enough to marry him. Sorry. I don't know what you would blackmail him with. He lives and I hate to say it, but now it's possible. I don't know that. I think I think Santa Claus actually this year, sadly, has, or this time, he either isn't react, or he's either waiting, still looking for a wife. I don't think he has any kids right now. Now here's a possibility. This one, the mayor right now changed his name, so is somewhere along the way, something happening that some people are being adopted in and then changing their names. I don't know. Or is it a way to hide who they really are? Um, but that reminds me. is WB swearing? It varies. Okay.
He thought he lost his job. I said, no, you did not.
Okay.
You're allowed one more call in. No call, no show.
Okay.
It'll be his third point plus no call, no show, so our bonus is gone. He threw away the bonus. Nothing you can do when you're sick.
Well, and if he didn't, yeah.
But he still has a job. I told him that you still have a job because one no call, no show is not termination.
And he did call in. It was late, but he did call in. Yeah, but maybe HR will work with him.
What I said is that I told him maybe if you call in now, then maybe you find you won't get the no call, no show.
Jade, huh? Or Jade? Not Jade, Jade. Oh, I'm streaming, so. Oh, okay. Here, I'll show you just a minute. Go to Community, Roles Manager, Add New, search for their name. So, like with you, if I wanted to put you in somewhere, I'm not saying right now, but you then select it, and then you can actually select what roles. There's like VIP, there's moderator, there's a few roles there. The /mod, then the name might work, but this will for sure work. I thought you were asking on my stream, and it's basically I get to know you over time and have a good reason to add you in as a mod. Like Orca Jade started needing to share things directly related to the story, and so it was just easiest. She's here all the time and everything else, and my mods can share links, and I trust her because she's here all the time, everything else, so I made her a mod. That makes sense. So that shows you one idea that works for sure and one that might work. I do get wanting to make your husband a mod on your channel. Sure, Orchid Jade. I woke up about 15 minutes before stream started, thanks to a certain break of about 2 hours in the middle of my sleep. And yes, I'm teasing you. And my husband's not in here to ask. I can quickly pull up Weather Channel and see what it says. Like I said, I'm teasing you, but I also knew you'd know exactly what I meant by that. It looks like it's been cooler. It looks like our high is going to be 91 today, which is a heck of a lot cooler than it's been. In fact, I think I'm going to open my window tonight. Well, so I actually have the air conditioner in my window. Well, partially. So I keep the window shut when the air conditioner's on because the pipe sending all the hot air away from the air conditioner goes out the window. So I don't want to open the window and send all the hot air in the window. I'm sure you understand that. But it does sound like tonight I'll be able to turn off the air conditioner and open the window. Why can't I find, and I spelled that wrong, but why can I not get the UK site? I used to be able to. Co.uk, that's why. This is very similar to what I currently have. So there's your answer, Orchid Jade. Obviously, they won't deliver to the US, but they will deliver to you guys. I get that. I'm not saying it's cheap. Let me show you the one I got. That's the one I'm using. Let's see if we can find it on here. Even. That would be my suggestion. So one thing is you're watching for them. Like you can get cheaper and more expensive ones. What you want is one that uses the dehumidifier. Hey, it's one way to do it. So the reason I say grab one that you want one that uses the dehumidifier. The reason why is the other air conditioners like this one, they use water. And so you constantly have to be replacing it with cold water to get it down very far. This one will drop the temperature 20, 30, 40 degrees if needed. Or, well, 20, 30 degrees is what it's been doing here. We know it'll drop it that low. One that uses water, otherwise known as an evaporative cooler, will only drop the temperature, I believe it's 10 degrees below whatever the temperature is outside. So it's basically, it's up to you. It's basically what happens. What I found is those are almost the same as just keeping a bowl of water beside you and a fan. And you wipe the water on your face or on you and then just let the fan run. And so that's even cheaper than your portable air conditioners. You can get some of those cooling towels or whatever that hold the water longer and a fan. But especially with the higher humidity where you are, they don't work as well. And so, best thing to do, and sure, Crafting Ray, I won't complain about being a mod anywhere, unless it's someone I don't support, at which point I wouldn't be in their channel anyway. So, honestly, your evaporative coolers do not work in many climates that it's more humid. And so a lot of people claim that the only way to get AC is to go a built-in house air conditioner. Well, this is the first time I found these. I looked a couple years ago and couldn't, but it's been a lifesaver this summer. And it does cool it down enough to totally make it worth it. Basically, we plugged it in, worked it, put things together to send the heat out the window, because they usually come with a tube and a way to direct it out the window. And then from there you can buy a kit, but I lost part of the kit And I was actually in the end grateful I did, because we were able to, I got looking at the kit, and the kit didn't have any insulation properties. So it almost is an entryway back into the house of heat. So I went and got a foam board, and cut it the right size for the window, and used duct tape, and duct taped the pipe to the foam board with the hole in the foam board, put it in the window. I can close the window and against the foam board, and the heat doesn't come back in, but because it's a board, I can open the window. It'll still stay in the window, but then the window can be open, and when I do that, I turn off the air conditioner. And so then I may in the future see about getting an insulated pipe, because I've been noticing when it's working the most, the pipe gets really hot. And then obviously it's going to share some of the heat back into the room. Whereas if I can insulate the pipe, figure out a way to insulate the pipe, will prevent even that. But that'll be for some time else, because it is working. Not at the highest efficiency it can, but it's working better than any other portable air conditioner we could have got. No, you just need to, it's that case of insulation. Proper insulation will keep heat where it is and cold where it is. And so I just need to make sure that the heat stays in the pipe, so as the air blows through the pipe with the heat in the air, it goes out the window and not transfers back into the house. And I don't know that that's that hard. I just, when I put everything together, didn't think about the pipe, because it's the pipe that comes with it. And so I thought they would have been smart about it. Obviously they weren't, but I'm not complaining either, because this has been so amazing. The nice thing is we have one in here and we have one in our front room, and we can turn off. If we're not using them, we can turn them off, which you guys have heard during stream. At times I just flip off my AC. We don't have the AC sound. I don't have to talk as loud, whatever. But also, if you're not in the room, you aren't cooling a room you're not in. Whereas with whole house air conditioners, you're cooling the whole house. So this way you aren't using as much energy as you would otherwise, because you aren't cooling the whole house when you're just in one room. So like when we go to bed, we can just cool the rooms we're in. Right now it's using both air conditioners are on most of the time, because my son's sleeping in the front room because he can turn on the air conditioner. We're considering getting we're using the two. We're considering getting two more, having one for the study and one for my son's room. Then we could turn off the front room one when we go to bed, and only have the bedroom ones on when we're sleeping or when we're in the rooms. The study one is where our computers would be. Oh, that's the other word we use for den, is study. Sometimes you'll have a den and a study. They had a question. What's the temperature like? Are things cooler today? Yeah. No? Huh, the weather app says it is. Yeah. It says it's going to be a high of 91, so I wondered if, we'll see. So he says no on the heat outside. I don't know. It's kind of hard for us to tell with him because he works in a cooler, almost freezer all day. So when he gets out, it's hot anyway. But yeah, then so our study is where our computers are going to be, and so we'll be able to turn that on when the computers are on, making it hot in there, even like during the winter, things like that. And that's gonna be the other nice thing. That's one thing about it. In a study or somewhere, if you have more than one computer, if you have one room that gets really hot even in the winter when it's cold outside, usually you wouldn't want to open a window to put a fan in to send the heat out, because that would let in a lot of cold air and cool down the rest of the house. But with one of these units, you can set it to a certain temperature, put it in the window, make sure the window's shut if you use the insulation instead, and then it can cool down that room to just that temperature. You shut the door, most of the heat stays in, and you don't cause problems with the rest of the house, and can heat the rest of the house to the temperature you want while keeping your computers at the cooler temperature that they work better at. So, anyway. I believe it. But honestly, do you expect anything more of Amy? Orca Jade? If she felt she was an amazing person, she wouldn't be as down to earth and whatever, willing to work and everything as she is, right? Generally, the ones who are helping other people the most are the ones that think they aren't doing enough. At least that's been my experience. And so they're always looking for some other way they can help. And so the way I see it, that's what Amy's doing. Is even here, I'm not doing enough. What more can I do to help? And we're going to get to that. Exactly. She's just doing what she feels needs to be done to make the world a better place, and what she can do, not on how others think of her. Who cares what people think of her as long as it makes the world a better place? I think she cares a little bit. In one thing, she cares if people find out she's a werewolf. Not so much for herself as for the risk of someone finding out about her pack. And the detriment that could be to werewolves in general, in the treatment, etc. Instead, she wants people to realize werewolves can be great people, and she wants to change the thinking. Kind of like, yeah. Exactly. She's not so much worried what they think about her. She doesn't care what they think about her as a person, as an individual, but she does feel that sounds good, Kid Kazma. She does feel that whatever she does reflects on, so when she was younger, it reflected on her pack, on her business and her pack. As she's now in the wizarding world, it doesn't just reflect on her business and her pack, but it reflects on every werewolf in the world. If she makes a mistake, those who know her, that know she's a werewolf, may look at other werewolves as having the same flaws. And so she's constantly, or not constantly, that is one thing I see, is that she keeps this in the back of her mind, but she's also learned already to deal with it to this point. It isn't to the point she can live with it, that it isn't on her mind, that it doesn't hinder her, that it doesn't paralyze her. Which it can be very easy for something like that to paralyze you, to make it to where you don't dare make any decisions. Instead, it guides her decision making, but it's such a part of her life already that she doesn't have to take extra time to think about it. That some decisions are made instantaneously, and that's that. It doesn't bother her. at times when she's really mulling over a decision and how do I handle this and whatever else, then it comes out. She'll stop and she'll think and, well, how would this look? What if I do this? What's going to happen? Etc., etc. But when necessary, she can make decisions on the fly, kind of like she's doing right now. She's having to do right now without, okay, if I say this, what's going to happen? If I say this, what's going to happen? Etc. Because she has to be able to do that. As the future leader of her pack, she can't overthink every single thing before she says it. But if it's going to have a huge business decisions, different things like that, she also doesn't make on the fly. She's able to balance the art of quick action with evaluating the things that need to be evaluated. And this is part of what she's learned through her years of working with her father, etc. So, well, I see her as being not just a businesswoman, but how do I put this? I'm trying to think of the correct word. I mean, yes, a businesswoman, but also a humanitarian. And there are business people who are also humanitarians that put the two together and utilize the skills from each to help the other. And that's kind of the way I see Amy is this is what Amy's doing. And so her life focus is going to be on, yes, continuing to build the business, but build the business so that then she can benefit the world. She needs a bigger business to be able to support all the werewolves there are out there that currently are stuck being werewolves, but that would, like the werewolves that the wizarding world thinks of as werewolves, but that could become the type of werewolves that are like Amy, that those who are currently rogues but would like to be in a pack. And that this is something, the way I see it, this is something that Amy's wanted to do for years. And we may even run across a pack in America where or someone in America where Amy actually did save someone from becoming a rogue. And it guided her thought over the years and has been partway influential about why this topic is so important to her, that they get rid of, that they do their best to eliminate as many rogues as possible. And that person just wrote themselves into the story too. As I was thinking about why is Amy so focused on this, I came up with an answer. Anyway. Yes, Amy's talking about your thing going on and on. Yeah, this was supposed to be a short story. When did Santa come along? Really? When did Luna become her second mother? Anyway. Well, in Discord, I did ask for ideas. No one gave any, but I did ask for ideas because there for a little bit it stopped. And I wasn't sure where we were going to go. And then all of a sudden it started coming again. Did you see the meme that I posted in? Let me pull this up, and I posted this in Discord, but this is my feeling. What I'd like to have this story be when we're done, when it's actually completed. That someone can actually forget they're reading it. That they can devour the words without really being aware of it. Because they're so lost in the world they're reading about that they forget they're not actually there. They hear the voices instead of reading them, feel the emotions instead of imagining them, and know the characters so well that they forget they're only words on paper. Love and hate, laugh and cry at paper and ink. That's true. I'm just saying that by the end, this is what I want to be able to elicit from everyone, is that idea that Wizards Unite is not just a game, it's real, and that what's happening with Amy is real, and yeah. And they're cheering for Amy to be able to get for werewolves to no longer be seen as not that being a werewolf does not automatically mean you're a danger to society. And that's my hope. And not just from one person. I love that you feel that way, but I would love it that everyone, or a huge chunk of people who read the book, that's how they feel. That in a way, maybe people really feel this is the next continuation of the Harry Potter story. That while it's not, while it only has Harry Potter in for a tiny, Harry in and Hermione and Ginny and all of them in a little bit here and there, and it's totally mostly a new group of people, that it's real to them. That maybe it is a way of even getting a new book for people, for kids to read, one to learn about racism and judgment and everything else, and how it's so easy to do so. But if you learn to, but in learning about other people, you can learn that many times it isn't that. That many times racism is just a belief in our heads, and that really the best thing we can do is get to know each individual. That they can learn to read. My kids learned to read with Harry Potter. Without Harry Potter, it probably would have taken them much longer. At least some of them. And I would love for that to continue on. Thank you, Orchid Jade. Now, why is it trying to jump to there? I still need to get that. Yes, Werewolf Gang. Maybe that's what we should call my viewers, the Werewolf Gang. But then, if we finish this story, I have some other thoughts. We could do who knows from there. We may have take some time to do crochet and things. Get some art done. But then after, we might be able to do and someone could always say in the meantime, nope, we want to continue with the next story, but there's a possibility of a vampire story too. Vampires we don't know much about. We don't know much about the centaurs. There's other countries in the world that we don't know much about. I thought you wanted to be Amy. You just want to be everything I write. Exactly. There's so much to explore if this works out well. Anyway, I'm doing pretty good, Valerina. How are you? thank you so much. PogChamp really wants to join in on the werewolf game. Bye-bye, PogChamp. You are not part of the Werewolf King. I think in sometime I'm gonna change that, add a hype down Amy's back. We'll see. Oh, we're gonna get into that, Amy. Or not Amy, Orca, Jade. I think I could possibly add a redeem for that. It would have to be such that I ask certain questions to try and deter of them when they see, I don't like that random command thing so much, just because I do have. I could do a random, and then I could do a maybe a more sorting where we actually go into more of the differences between the houses. I have to admit that as someone who's really into the Hot Potter universe, those random ones kind of bother me. And so I can see someone who really is into it not liking it, whereas others love it. So being able to have both options might be an idea. So you see what I mean? And being able to, if someone doesn't feel it quite fits them, to explain why I feel that they belong in that house would, I think, might help. So my so for me, I'm equal between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, with Ravenclaw literally right behind. When I take some of the quizzes I've taken to try and resolve the hat stall that I feel Pottermore has me in. And even those, I end up a hat stall. They can't resolve it. Anyway. Orca, is St. Nick's common in the UK? Or just other places in Europe? St. Nick's Day. Okay. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
Be out about 5:15. She's got to get stuff from the farm. Her stuff from the farmers, and I got to get more test strips.
Okay.
She
I
wants.
get that, Arcajade. Like I said, I took a lot of tests to figure out that no one can figure out what I am.
She wants to get the bubble tea and stuff too. So I'll get you one as well.
Okay. Depending on which place you go.
One
Okay. Also ask her about how I can have her review these headphones.
Okay. I forgot that last night.
Because I think I've narrowed it down to a few, but I need to know so I can get this order in so I can have more of my, I don't have a lot of my, enzyme left. So I need to get the order off really soon. So, this is going to be a whole drawn-out explanation. Let's open up Streamlabs and I will explain to you exactly what happens. Alright, not Streamlabs, Stream Raiders. Can you still hear me? Sing if you can hear me over the music. If not, I'll wait until it's over. So wait, yeah, you can hear me. Okay. So, this idea, actually, I know one of these families personally because it's my family. My husband's from Germany and they always had Saint Nick, but Santa came for Saint Nick. And I did not want Santa coming twice. Where is that? I should have done that first. Sorry, hopefully it'll give me a chance to give everyone gifts. And so I thought of a way, was there a way that we could do both? That we could keep the family traditions of St. Nick's Day while still not giving away, or while not having Santa come over and over and over and over. I did not feel good about that. And so what we came up with was Christ comes on New Year's Eve, or on Christmas Eve, and Santa comes on St. Nick. And the thing about Christ coming Christmas Eve is we each have the Spirit of Christ in us. You know, everyone has the Spirit of Christ in each one of them to some degree, at least in my view. And so when someone if someone gave us gifts because we were low income, that was from Christ. The idea to do so came from Christ. We'll try this one. If someone gave us and the same from parents and everything else. So in a way, it is from Christ, but it's in my mind and what we've told our children and everything, it's Christ that puts the thoughts in those people's minds. So kind of like here, Amy, or the alpha of Amy's pack every year has given the gifts of the Christ child, or given the Christmas Eve gifts to their family. Mostly things they need, some things they want, maybe a couple things they want, but mostly things they need. And that was another thing. Christmas in our family, a lot of the gifts would be things like clothes and things like that you will need for the next year. And you get a couple fun gifts, but because Christ cares about each one of us and would want us to have fun too, but they would only be a couple. More of the toys and different things like that were given on St. Nick's. And that's the way I see it happening here. Does that answer your question? I don't think so. I think it's going to be, I can't say for sure, but I really think of it being more that they're just going to continue the traditions they've already had of the Christ child coming, of Jesus Christ coming on Christmas Eve, but more through the Alpha and everything. And just that idea and sharing that idea. So we may it may come up, that explanation may come up in the story later as to, someone may ask or something, and that may bring along those ideas, or it may bring along that explanation. But I don't think we actually are going to meet the Christ child so much as the feelings. Well, so am I a werewolf? And my children? I'm not saying for sure. This sentence is 100% true. Those he had heard from had all said that their friends were jealous of them when they would explain that Santa had already come to their house, and that they would still be getting gifts on Christmas Eve, just from the Christ child. Jesus Christ. Christ child, Jesus Christ can, in my mind, they're interchangeable. So my kids, this sentence came directly from my kids' experience. They, every year around, as it started getting closer to Christmas time, my kids knew they needed to get me any letters, etc., to Santa by about Thanksgiving, because Santa comes on the night, or comes on for St. Nick's. And that's the last time he comes until the next year. And Jesus Christ knows what you need, knows what you want. You can mention things, but there's not as much begging for things, because he's going to use what he knows about you to get you appropriate presents. I never once got I grew up the oldest of 8 kids. the amount of give me's that I saw and the level of selfishness that I saw from my siblings, and we were low income, but I felt it was ridiculous. And that was why I didn't want to add to it by adding in St. Nick's. And I had already been trying to figure out a way to reduce that in my personal family when I got married. And then when we had St. Nick's too to worry about, I went, there's no way. This is going to get, it's already out of hand. The commercialization of Christmas was just way too much for me. I did not like it. And then to add in St. Nick's on top of it, I couldn't imagine it. And then I came up with this idea and I said, let's see what happens. At least the selfishness, or at least the gimme, well, it wouldn't be there as much. And over the years, I noticed my kids, even in the getting together with their cousins, so similar background, everything else, different parents obviously, but they're cousins from here in like my siblings' kids. My siblings' kids had a lot more of the gimmies, the selfishness, the commercialization than my kids did. And it kind of confirmed to me that the decision I'd made years before was appropriate. And I asked my kids about it. And they basically said that because, I was worried when they started school that there would be some issues because of it. And they said whenever I'd asked, the response was that their friends were jealous. They got gifts, and a good number of gifts, right at the beginning of the Christmas season, early in December. And so throughout December, when people would say, when their friends would say, what are you hoping that Santa brings you? They'd say, oh, he brought me this and this and this and this and this and whatever. And what do you mean? It's Christmas Eve. Oh, no, Christ comes then. He'll probably bring me this and this and this. And, it was things like some new pants, new shirts, new shoes, socks. And then, he might bring me a present or two, but I have no clue what that'll be. Well, haven't you asked your parents? No. And that basically explain it. And their friends would be jealous because they would get presents twice a year or twice in December. They'd just be completely jealous of exactly. And so literally I'm speaking from experience there. They didn't look at the fact that, okay, maybe there were less of each, not as much all at once. It was split up. The other thing that I noticed in my kids is that Christmas was more of a chance for focusing on what can we give to others. And I don't know if that my kids' behavior of really being concerned about about how they can help others came about because of that, or if it would have happened otherwise. I'm not going to guess, but it's something I've been very grateful for. And so, and when the time came, honestly, here's another benefit that came. My kids were young when they started putting out everything from the Christ child. And then when they were old enough to know that Santa, to be told in the human world that Santa isn't real, they continued to want their siblings to believe. And so they literally, I had one of them was still believing at 12 to 14 years of age, because his older siblings were swearing they were helping Santa, and they heard the bells and, the works. And I will be honest, I didn't have to, unlike many parents who stay up till all hours of the night on Christmas Eve, would quickly put things out, or honestly, my kids would often stay up later than I would putting things out, and they'd send me to bed. And really, the only things that I would put out would be the things that were for them, for the ones that were helping. I'd get up in time to do that. But there still wasn't the gimme, we gotta hurry and see what presents we got, whatever. Well, they wanted to. They were, honestly, they would wait until usually between 8 and 10 is when would go in to open up, to look at what came in socks and what presents Jesus Christ brought them. Same with St. Nick's. They would wait until, they were willing to wait until a decent time to wake up and see what was brought. So, and it really, a big part of it was the reason I could also let them help was when they were young enough, or when they were, I think, around 8, I would sit them down and talk to them about the spirit of Christ, the spirit of serving and everything else, and how some of these presents, because for at least some of them, some of these presents came from those who had that spirit, the feeling that they should help. That I had not purchased every one of the presents. And how Heavenly Father had, or the Christ, Jesus Christ, or the Christ child, however you want to look at it, had put the thought into their mind, the desire in their mind to help other people. And that's where these gifts had come from. And so that's what happened in my family, and kind of what I see happening here, other than the fact that the pack is self-sufficient and has plenty of money. So most of the presents the kids receive come from the Alpha, with with parents adding to them as appropriate. Yeah. And that's another thing, is it opened up my kids' eyes to what could they do to serve others and help others. And honestly, if you're Christian, I believe that it's something that could happen in any Christian household. You don't have to be LDS to believe that Christ can work through other people to benefit other people. Whether that be your parents, your siblings, your grandparents, or your neighbors, your friends, or people you don't even know. But I will put in a big part of the jealousy, and what made what I think prevented a lot of the teasing was the fact that Santa did come earlier in the year, or earlier in December. But because they knew they were getting more presents later on, Santa didn't have to bring the buttload of presents that a lot of kids receive for Christmas. Santa would bring things, but not to the level that, yeah. And also it made it so that when they received things like clothes, etc., they weren't upset about it. I remember, and this will show you I remember times I would be disappointed on getting mostly clothes when I was younger. As I grew up, sometimes I actually I started to appreciate, because once I knew Santa didn't exist, and I knew it came from my parents, or at least that the ones bringing our presents were other individuals or my parents, I started to appreciate getting the clothes, getting the coats, different things like that. Because to me it was a sign that people care about you. And the number of people care. But I also, so my younger brother turned 8 when my oldest son was born. So I got to witness the jealousy and not the jealousy, but being upset over receiving things like underwear, socks, coats, different things like that for presents for Christmas. And, well, why couldn't these just be given to me and then I get a good present? And how they were thrown aside. And I never saw that with my kids. My kids enjoyed the shirts and the pants and stuff, those gifts, as much as the toys, from what I've picked up from them. In fact, one of my son's favorite shirts came from Christmas last year. It's a shirt similar to this. It's a green one, not gray. But he loves it. I checked with him beforehand, I'll be honest. I didn't want to tease him or anything, but it just seemed the type of joke he would really enjoy. And I was right. It's been like his favorite shirt of all of his shirts. And yet, of my siblings, I don't remember any of my siblings enjoying and he enjoyed that as much or more than any of his gifts that weren't clothes. And I don't remember that happening with my siblings. Exactly. And so there was that. And I knew that was what was going on in my siblings' heads. That they were viewing the gifts they got in relation to what their friends got. Whereas my kids, they never really seemed to compare it. And it was because there was a different thought as to why they got what they got. Who cares that they got clothes? They got all these gifts earlier. Who cares that their friends maybe got nicer gifts? Santa came earlier for them. And so it made it that distinct, those weeks in between made it very hard for them to compare gifts because they got their gifts 3 weeks earlier than everyone else. About. And so for them, Santa was gone by the time, like most kids, when they'd get back to school, they'd still be bragging about what they got from Santa. Well, for my kids, by the time they got to school from after Christmas break, Santa had been over a month before. And then, yeah, they got gifts for Christmas Eve, but it was very hard to compare those gifts. And so I often heard from them that they never felt that they got less. And it took away a lot of that comparison, the ungratefulness, things like that. And my kids went to, for some of their schooling, they've gone to charter schools where there have been friends. Some of their friends are some of the most well-to-do people in the area. So you really could get that comparison, especially because at the time we were one of the poorest. And so you really could have gotten that, but they never got there because of the break. Because, yeah, okay, they still had, and part of it was they still had a week or two of school, or usually about 2 weeks of school after Santa came. They had 2 or 3 weeks of school that they got to talk about what Santa brought to them before everyone else got their gifts from Santa. And so by the time everyone else was talking about what they got from Santa, my kids, it was old news. And so comparison's gone. So, and I'm sure that was a lot of it. Even with their cousins, there was I actually at one point was approached by some of my siblings, kind of upset about it because I believed one of their kids had complained. And I said, listen, we're just keeping up family traditions and creating our own if you want to do it. And they didn't end up doing it, but it had been interesting to find out that even their cousins were kind of doing that comparison thing and were getting the gimmies when my kids didn't compare comparing one way, other people were always comparing themselves to my kids instead of my kids comparing themselves to others. And so that, it may have been personality. I'm not going to say it wasn't. But I'm also not going to say that taking that step and making that decision early on in my marriage before I had kids didn't somehow affect the way my kids were raised and their personalities to this day. So, that's my explanation for it. And you can see why trying to explain why she would but wouldn't meet the Christ child would be hard without kind of setting things aside for a minute. And wasn't a really quick, simple explanation. You aren't the first. Honestly, I think that was one thing that totally came out of the same brain that Amy's coming out of. But of course, it would work itself into my story if it came out of the same brain. And with the way Amy's acting, of course it would be part of Amy's story. But the reason there would be others is because my kids have been living it since 97. Well, 98. My son's first Christmas was 98. And we literally did it from his first Christmas on. So it came out of the very same brain. I have had other people since then hear the story and say, that's it. That's what I'm looking for. I don't know if they ever followed through, but it's possible. It was something I said, I'm never, I'll share with anyone if anyone wants to do this, great. I'm not going to hide about it, especially as I started seeing the results. When my kids were younger, people would say it was an amazing idea, and I'd say, we'll see what happens. But as they got older and I was able to put the results with it and say, we never got the gimmies. And we didn't. I mean, I might get them for a week or two. Christmas season starts about Thanksgiving. And then the first week of of December. So from Thanksgiving to the first week of December is the only gimmies I ever got from my kids. And that short of a time, you can deal with gimmies because it doesn't build up either. It doesn't have the weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of, basically a month of build up with everything they want. You shut it down early before the full force hits. And so, yeah. So it's something anyone that wants to use can use it. I don't care. In many ways, I kind of encourage it. As long as we don't hit the point where it just moves the beginning of the season to like any more than it already did till Halloween and earlier. So. No, he's just helping Amy out because because he is appreciative for the help that Amy is willing to give to everyone else. Actually, I don't imagine her being able to do that. I don't see her I see her skills being more in working with others and supporting others and in defense than in fighting. So I see her more as a protector than a fighter. I see her being able to fight only in response, only as a protective measure. So I really see her as being, if something like that were to happen again in her lifetime, her being the one pulling the kids away so that those who are fighters could fight the fight and not have to worry about the others. And I'll tell you that when you get back too. actually, it wasn't. I could see her being a force behind it, but the way I see Amy is she's a people person and very protective, but that she isn't a fight. She only fights to protect, not otherwise. So in the way I see it, she would have been one of the ones protecting the children. If something similar were to happen during her time, she would be one of the ones pulling those who aren't fighters or aren't prepared don't have the strength to fight, pulling them away so that those who are ready to fight and are fighters can fight the fight. So in a way, being the backup that they need to achieve victory and being the support, being that many years ago there was a song, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but Wind Beneath My Wings. I could see Amy being the wind beneath the wings of the people who achieve the victory. Amy kind of in the background hiding the person that that the world doesn't recognize. But that without her, people wouldn't get as far. That's kind of the way I see Amy.
Any chance you could quickly block those two people? And report them if possible? Thank you. Sounds good, Kid Kazma. I get it. How's that a way of explaining what I took so long to explain to you? That is one thing I think some people won't like. This is a Christian story, or includes that with it. But in my mind, that same feeling can hold true of any religion or anything else. It's that, in my mind, the feeling of the Christ child is, or the Spirit of Christ, is that feeling that encourages you to do good and to help other people. Loads about humanity, about yourself, about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. What do you mean? I have to look this up every year. That's what I thought. I always forget because, ah, so the way I look at it, and from what I've understood from everything with JKR, they have basically the same religions as Muggles do. Some of them are atheists, some of them are Christians, some of them are Methodist, or not Methodist, are Muslim, the works. Some of them are Jewish. I could go on and on. So I will admit, there's not very many cases where people are taught that Christ gives gifts. The name the Christ child is one that's a common name. So as you can see, here are some of the other names. Divine Infant, Baby Jesus, Infant Jesus, Child Jesus, Holy Child, Santo Nino. It refers to Christ from birth to age 12. And so many people honestly use it around Christmas because that's when it's focused on the baby Jesus, whereas April is him as an adult. So hopefully that helps you understand there. Mm-hmm. That's part of it. That's another thing. I really, I would hope this is a friends group that's more More like the friends group everyone would love to have. Except, who's part of this friends group? Do you really think Amy would let them miss out on their lessons, especially when it's the two of the classes she struggles the most in? Because remember, I said it's Friday, so let's come over here. Look at her morning classes. They have double potions and then DADA. And it's some of Amy's hardest classes. Yeah, but you know Amy well enough by now, I think that you know that in her mind, schoolwork isn't necessarily something that can wait because it's very important for her to be able to learn everything she can to help her pack, and even now can add to it. Her pack is now, they're trying to build up to where they're creating enough wolfsbane to help every werewolf in the world. And so potions is becoming more and more and more important for her to learn, let alone the usual reasons she might want to learn them. And then presents can wait, and then they can have all weekend, except for Sunday, to play with their presents. Well, haven't you learned by now that Amy is kind of the mom or the Hermione of this group? And I can see Laura being one that, with a quick reminder from Amy, maybe not fully happy about it, but yeah, you're right. And then Lily's the one that, but presents! I think you're maybe more like Lily. Except for the fact that Lily grew up very well known by everyone, and so kind of in some ways doesn't like to be the middle of attention. And so part of the reason she wouldn't want to stay, that they could convince her to go, is reminding her that the teachers would come to find her. And she would end up walking in and you know, just becoming the middle of attention because of it. Which Lily wouldn't like having with her parents and whatever, and so would be more willing to, okay, fine, I'm coming, type idea. At the same time, I could see Amy's stomach rumbling. But if you grew up where literally you cannot walk with your dad anywhere without everyone you know turning their head and wanting to talk to him, and etc., 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 that comes from being a megastar, would you really? don't forget that in the wizarding world, Harry's as popular as Princess Diana was. At least from my understanding. And him and his wife have really had, him and Ginny have really had to struggle to keep any privacy. And Lily would have grown up knowing this. You step out of the house and you have Rita and all these other photographers running around trying to get any picture they can of you and your family on vacation, or what are you doing, etc., 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 etc. So I think it would tame that, at least to some degree. I will not say that they haven't had to do that at times. But also think about the way it tastes. And I think you would go, no. You would get sick of doing it just to be able to leave the house. And that almost would be a turnaround also. Or I mean a turn off also. The thing is, I think that would be hard to do, is you have to put the essence of the person in just before taking it. So you wouldn't be able to put it in and then powder it. And remember, Lily's only 11. So she wouldn't have had time to figure that out yet. Nope. I'm sure they would have done that when they all turned into Harry. Exactly. A little bit too far. That would, no, I want to. What am I doing with Amy's dad? In my mind, this is after the incident in the forest when she was 8. And so Amy's dad had assumed that she would use her power if necessary to protect those in the safe house. The minimum necessary, but she would use it. Yeah, at first everyone wonders about that. But he knew. He never explains how he knew. He just knew that they wouldn't be able to. But the way I see it, he's also kind of by himself when he gets the information. Or enough by himself, he overhears it, but he's kind of where it's safe for him to laugh. And so they think he put it together because he's worried about his daughter, whereas his daughter was, he knew his daughter was protecting everyone, and that helped him not freak out and have to react, and instead gave him the ability to put together a plan based on that information that helped them take care of the pack. I think this one, I think she was like, the way I see her is it was last summer. So she was like 10. And all she did was the grass grew on the safe house door enough that they didn't notice it. It basically started looking like the rest of the meadow. Or the area around it. Because they were trying to go through or because this pack had, rather than a safe house, the safe house being inside the pack house, it was separate from the pack house. You forgot about that power? Did you forget how she saved her family years before? As she stood there thinking this, she noticed that the plants between her and the humans had started to grow. The area the humans could see didn't experience noticeable growth, but as it got closer to the pack house, it got so thick that even Amy and her dad had to adjust their path to go around the undergrowth rather than taking the path they had taken to get there. That was what scared Amy out of using her power, unless it was absolutely necessary for protection. So as soon as she felt that it had grown enough to hide the safe house, she'd stopped so that it didn't grow so thick and put someone's life in danger. My feeling is McGonagall is basically, yeah. She knows what's happening with people and she understands, she's lived long enough. Plus, look at everything she's put up with. So, that's my feeling. I know it's late for you. We still have a lot to go through, like unwrapping presents and everything. Do we want to continue this today or get into it next week? Especially because right now, you or Jade are the only viewer that's been on for a little while. And I know you're staying up because of the story. That's why I was asking. Okay, let's see who we can raid. Oh, we never get to raid her. Let's raid her. Playing Sims. Oh, wait, no. It isn't who I thought it was, but we can raid them still.
I've always wanted to do that.
Next round on me.
And I just shuffled your cards in there and I forgot. But I can go back. And I remember yours. I remember them. Okay, what should Lucy do? I know, I bet.
Yeah, I think this is who we'll raid.
Like that. Hello. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Lovely. How are you?
So I will see you guys tomorrow for the Wizards Unite event.
How are you doing?
And I will review and see when we're going to do writing again and stuff. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye.